Alright, I might be a little early here, but I don't trust this upside here. I really think we could crack 370 today. It could get crazy. So, barely green right now, so it is working. It's always a good sign when the trade works right away in your favor. So I have a lot of technical reasons I explained the other day, but there's no right now it's bottom picking. Okay. I thought maybe we could. You could state a case that we could try to make a run for this gap, but this 30 minute to me is a smoking gun. This look to me on the 30 minute, we had a 2 day consolidation here. This is cracking open here, and there's our first bell of the day. Let's go, baby. We're cracking open here. So I think 370 is going to get cracked if you ask me. We could see a vicious move. What I was calling for yesterday that didn't happen, looks like it might be happening right now. 375 cracks. We're heading for 374, baby. Let's go. That 374 that got cracked after hours, just wait till it gets cracked during regular trading hours here. This is going to be vicious. That's a dominating candle right here. 370 is getting cracked today. Let's go, baby. 5 minutes looking good right here. Kicking off the move right here with a dominating 5 minute candle. So yesterday's not ready for the downside. It's ready right now. So, it's unlikely, obviously, gonna just, we could definitely blast 374, in the next 10 minutes. Okay, that's possible. Beyond that, the chart needs some time here. They technically could still pull the rug to the upside, so I did get in preemptively here. But again, they don't expire today. We got till tomorrow. And it's the 30 minute right here. At a minimum, they're going to break 374 before they try to, break high day with this posture here. This would be very unusual if they reversed this posture. I said the 30 minute yesterday was kind of a smoking gun that we're going lower today. I was thinking we could gap down today, going into today, and then off that gap down, going short on the bounce. That's what I was anticipating going into today. But you're wrong when you're right. Oh yeah, this is still in play right here. Let's see. So we still have this in play right here, which is breaking out here. So our target right now is right here. This is our target for right now. 372. 372.15 is the target, just based off of this falling rising wedge. So this is going to get cracked. So maybe that's it, just for today. Maybe we'll see. There's a small chance this reverses too, and they push higher. So I was a little concerned. I was like, I don't know, for sure 60% tilt to the bears. on the posture on several charts. Maybe 80% tilt to the bears. See, it's tricky because just like this move here, the bearish, when the bear trend continues, they normally don't let you in relatively, like, it's hard to explain. Like right now, we're not in the posture that they're going to let you in either direction. So right now, it looked like we're going to go higher. The chart, it was kind of sucking you into the upside. But because we're still in the weekly and daily bearish posture, they could just take it back. And so far they are. This is a little tricky too because, yesterday they blew through the gap. What are they going to do here? Are they going to pull a rug to the upside? This is still a posture that they could push high day right here. This actually doesn't look good. This needs follow through on this candle. We need to take back 75 here. So this is looking a little shaky right here. That they very well may break high day. But I still think, we go lower. So it's tough to say here. We got a target up here around 372, which technically was hit after hours. So it's tough to say here. And then you got that you got the gap, but then that 374 is going to shake things up. So again, right now, got in a little preemptively there. It was a little bit risky to jump the gun there. For the fact that they could push higher, break that high day. That's still possible. Maybe they come back to 378 here. So I risked, getting a much better price because the chart, the 15-minute, the other charts weren't really quite ready just yet. They had a posture that was supporting the downside, but that's the thing. We'll be cracking 374 before that posture is looking very confident. So got a little excited there for a second because that 374. This right here needs some time here. I don't see what would happen there if this 15-minute cracked up here. It doesn't have the posture just to run away to the downside. Here we go. So they're going to crack high day now. This 5-minute, here we go. See? So they're sucking everyone in here to each side. This 5-minute wasn't ready here, so I preemptively jumped the gun here. So they're breaking high day now. Probably going to 378. And then yesterday's blast through the gap. Got people thinking we're going to do it again too. And there's also people thinking oh, they're not going to do it again too. So again, there's a lot of different ways to look at this, but right now I'd be surprised if they don't break high day. And this 5-minute wasn't ideal to take off. This Stoke here, I was worried about this here on this. This needed follow through here, so high day is getting broken here, and likely 378 is going to get hit. So oh well. And it's not a 100% trade here. Everything's not lined up perfectly because I was thinking maybe they do come to 385 here. If they break through this, that would really suck. The 30-minute here. This is what this is the chart here yesterday. Like I was saying, this was a smoking gun here to me. So yeah, they're gonna break high day. But this look here, it's not a it's not a good look to kick off a leg higher. It's hard to explain why, but it's just the posture of it. So yeah, I knew this 5-minute here. When I was looking at this here, it was like a, I don't know, probably like a 10% chance they kicked this off, and then we got some just rug pull through 74, soon. So we'll see what happens here. This is getting hit for sure, 378. That would be a surprise if they didn't hit this. And then obviously, if once they hit there, then you got to ask, are they going to break high day, spike high day? Well, yeah, look at after hours yesterday. Man, I was so I was looking at obviously looking at the chart. Man, and I hope I didn't get FOMO'd in here on this day too, because I was looking at the chart last night, after hours at work, and last night too when I got home, and man, yeah, I totally got FOMO'd into that trade. Totally got FOMO'd into this trade here. This 15-minute. I mean, looking in hindsight, I got sucked in. Even in the moment, is very unlikely. Very unlikely. I mean, obviously, it's much easier in hindsight, but I was just looking at it, and I'm like, oh man, what was I thinking? Not saying I would have taken the upside, because in hindsight, right here, obviously, this was a test of this pivot right here. Like, this is textbook. But I was projecting where the market's heading, as far as we're going lower before higher. I was projecting that, and then, well, you guys remember yesterday too, as far as here's another thing. SPY has a trend line. Well, if they somehow spike it on this candle, it'll tag yesterday's high day. But there's a trend line they missed by like 10 cents yesterday. So there's a couple magnets up here on SPY. So there's a magnet here on SPY. If they break that high day, well, pretty much yesterday's high day, if they do it in the next 5 minutes or so, and then above that, we could possibly make an attempt at 380. 379.50. 379 and 380 is another trend line above us on the SPY chart that I'm looking at, that it's possible. Man, but I just don't trust. I'm still just like we were in the flag at 4:15 before all this started. Right here, I'm in the same boat right here. Right here, where we were, I feel the same exact way here. It's tricky up here, because based on the weekly and everything, I don't see this. It's very well possible, and it's quote unquote should happen, as far as this would be normal. They undercut this pivot here, and they come back to this 385, and then right off of that, we make another leg. But based on the weekly where we are in that posture, and the daily, it's kind of tricky. It's tough to say right now how that's going to play out and how this chart's going to look. Because if they come down here, I mean, I guess it could happen intraday, and then you save the close on the day, so they don't have to close and sit here. They don't have to sit there like they did here, because this is a different posture. Here on this move, this move was extended right here. This was an extended move here. This is different. This is we're close. We're close to putting in the bottom here. This was kicking off, a big leg. There's your pullback, and now we're kicking it off again. But this one's going to be quicker. So They could still come back to 385. But because I think this is the end, the blow off move down, I'm gonna say they don't, and that's how they're gonna just surprise everyone and scare the shit out of everyone. Um, staying in a relatively tight flag up here, and then pushing lower again. That's just my guess. What's up, IT? Yeah, you got Powell too here. So 378 is going to get hit. I would be shocked if that doesn't get hit. That would be the surprise. If 378 doesn't get hit. Which is right here. So they never came back here in the pre-market. They're probably going to come back down here, on this push higher. If they don't, that would be very bearish. It could be very bearish both ways. It looks like they're breaking out, and then they back test this and then reverse it, being very bearish. And then also people expecting this to get broken and it doesn't happen, that could be very bearish too, because people could be going long, anticipating at least this pre-market pivot getting hit. So again, it's a little tricky right now, but what didn't happen yesterday, I think is going to happen today, and we're going to get that surprise move lower. Well, not a surprise for me, but for most people that are trying to pick the bottom here. And how I know this too, so many people are trying to call the bottom. That's a red flag right there. One thing I do know from my experience of trading is that, okay, so this might be it. If they take back 3780, high days in on a 5-minute close. If they take back 3780, the high days in. Yeah, it's happening. Look at this tricky look right here. Up, down, this and that. There we go. It's lights out. High days in right here. We're not turning back. Once this is okay, it's game over. Okay. All right, I'm totally happy. I'm green again now. All right, I'm not worried. As long as this candle closes 80 or better, I'm perfectly content, and I'm not sweating at anything right now. I was just worried that they're gonna go for 378, and I could have gotten at a better price. I mean, I still could have gotten at a better price, but see how it's tricky here. So if I wasn't in, I mean, first of all, it's still not over yet, so they very well could still make a run for 380. It's not looking like it right now, but right here let's look at a 1 minute. Right here I'd be wanting that 378, and now if I didn't get in, now I'm paying more than my initial entry on those 374s. Okay, so see how I mean, that's why trading is hard. So on the 1 minute, this is tricky. I mean, you have that candle right there. I mean, obviously, because we can see what happened, but there is your entry, because here you're just guessing. Here, once that closed and cracked on both of these on the 1 minute, there was your entry. And then if it broke that pivot, you just had to be quick and just get in there. That's how you would got in. Otherwise, right now I wouldn't be chasing this, because it doesn't have the posture just to rip through 374. But at the same time, it's tricky. Look at this. So this is not a look where you want to chase, because look at this 9 on the 1 minute. You want to give this some time, which here it's playing out. But at the same time, everyone wants this. So are they going to give you this? I don't think they will. I don't think they do. I think they're going to hang out and flag out. They're not going to come back to 85. So that 5-minute closed well below 80 on that one. Still a tricky tape here. Still a tricky tape. They have to hold 37.80 on 5-minute closes. They can't give that up at all. Or they could risk going for 378. So, oh, it could do this, it could do that. That's any day of the week. Now, in these current market conditions, I mean, it's more than ever. I mean, this open just explains it. It wasn't very clear on the 5-minute or the 15-minute here on the open. So, but nonetheless, before I even got in the trade, I was stating the case for how this is going to play out. Like, they could very well go for 385. All right, now if we break that low day and then 374, it's lights out. It is lights out. If we do this in relatively short order, if we break 374 in the next 15 minutes by the half-hour mark, that 370 is getting cracked today. I mean, I thought 370 was going to get cracked before anything happened today. I had a strong feeling about that. Now we got this trend line here. So they're probably, and that is 374. So they're gunning for 374. They're going to pop below it and then maybe come back and flag out this trend line here. Or at least hold for a couple candles and then possibly make another run. But these MAs definitely need some time on this 5-minute. It's not a posture for to really open up a move, this hour, and make a run for like 372 or something. It's not a supportive posture for that to happen in short order. What's tough about the downside too? It's a tough on some of the other time frames. It's not it's not confirmed yet. That's why it's Tricky Thursday. And then like I said, and the title 2 time is up. So meaning the Bears or the Bulls are out of time. They gotta make a move. They gotta take charge. The market is ready for a move to pick direction, higher or lower. It needs to make a decision quickly. The move into the close was kind of a telltale sign too. This push into the close. Normally on big days, big down days like this, you don't get that push into the close and closing quote unquote on the highs. And what I mean by that is they're closing the pivot, this pivot high up here. They're closing up there. They closed, again, quote unquote, at the highs, as in they held this pivot. They wanted to go lower, and they did. And so this was a sign too, because they had follow through immediately. What did this tell you? Look at this move. This is 60 handles without looking back. Okay, that's not something to ignore. Right here, that's not something to ignore. That the Bulls were able to give up this much here, a 61% retrace, without looking back. I was looking at it yesterday after hours, up until I went to bed, and I was looking at that 200. Um, and I was surprised. I was like, look, when this was happening, I was like, they're building energy here for a bigger move. Holding the 50%, holding the 61% on several attempts. This is bearish to be holding these levels here, and the whole time, not giving up the 38. So we'll see what happens here, but going in today, just based on the chart, the bears had a 60% edge. All right, they can't give up this 80 here, because if they do, then they could still go again here. This is still kind of a tricky, ugly look right here. Doesn't instill a lot of confidence in either direction. But for right now, for the bears, they can't give up that 80. They have to flag out here and hold this together here. You can say, okay, they got rejected at the 100. They don't need to just rip through 374, but they have to, at a minimum, consolidate, and they can't give up this 80 here. So still tricky right now. Still tricky. Are you guys in anything? You guys waiting? Oh, you're doing futures? Yeah, so they really need to hold this 80 here. That's not good that they're even trying to the candle's not over on this 5 minute. They're hanging around 80 obviously. But just based on the overall chart posture, um, there still is a chance they could break high a day. That's still not off the table. So tricky Thursday. Up, down, up, down, they still could break that high day, break that pivot, and come back down here. But the bears need to, at a minimum, consolidate to firm up the chart. Yeah, see, come on, man, no 370s. Why are you doing that? Right now, there's not clear momentum to go a little. It's not far out of the money, but there's no need to do that. See, you're just looking at it because the options are juiced up. The premium's higher, so you're just looking at it of how much you could make. But you got to look at it also of how much you could lose. And like I've been saying all along, you don't have to go far out of the money to get paid. So granted, you have all day and then into after the close to sell that. If they break high day here, you're going to pay for it. We're all going to pay for it. If they break high day, even if they still shoot for 370 later, you're going to be paying for it. See, here's another smoking gun. Is this 200? It's not I wouldn't say a major smoking gun, but it's flattened out. It's left it open for that push lower. Okay, so see this, you don't want this to happen. No, this is okay. So they came back to the back test right here. What I said they probably wouldn't. So right here, they need to reverse this like ASAP here. I don't even want to see them crack that pivot right there, which they probably will here, because it's still not a decisive posture on the 5 minute. Yeah, they're going to do it right here. This is telling me they're going to do it. They're cracking that. They're probably going to break high day. This look right here, they're going to break high day. Tricky Thursday. Look at this. This is so ugly here, just for either direction. You want to talk about indecisive, look at this. That is as indecisive as you get with that look. I mean, this is just ugly right here. SPY was looking better. SPY's what got me in. You could say jumping the gun. It was the SPY chart, specifically the SPY 30 minute that sucked me in early. This chart right here. So now it's not ready to go anywhere with this look. This is a there's no guarantees. If we're going to break 374, it's likely not going to happen for another 2 candles with the posture right here. It had the posture on the open to crack it open to the downside, spiking 374 and then maybe flagging out. It had that, but this close killed it. This killed the look we had going into the close here. So going into the close here, this kind of looks ugly. Okay, let me do it like this. It kind of looks ugly because you need the extra empty space to kind of stretch or to scale the chart better. But so before this crackdown, this look going into the close, it had potential to make a move, let's say to 374, and then consolidate that. But that opening close killed it. The interesting part here, actually, these puts are relatively cheap for tomorrow. Now that I think about it, they're actually sort of cheap. I mean, obviously, they need to make a good move to really pay. But what I'm getting at is today, let's say they make the move to 370 and then, overnight they hold it, we gap down or follow through tomorrow or whatever. However it plays out, there's potential, to fill this gap and possibly get into the prior lows. I'm not saying 362, but beyond the gap. Get into this zone here. The potential is there depending how today plays out. So what I'm getting at is I'm in this 374 for $2. So if they do shape up like that into tomorrow, that could be a 5-bagger. I'm not saying I'm going to hold it, but far as today, they might make an attempt at 370. That's my guess. But this 30-minute needs to take back, really 76. I got 5 more minutes. This needs to firm up as best as possible. So if they take back 76 in the next 5 minutes, that'll be a good sign. 5 minutes still shaky here. Alright, so that's looking good there. So we want to close under 76. Well, it's not, we got 4 minutes left. But the way that kind of woke up, 3 minutes left. This candle right here, we need to follow through. We need to take this back here. If they don't, that's leaving it open for possibly going for high day. It is tricky. This shouldn't hold here on this 1 minute. With this look right here, this downside shouldn't hold on the 1 minute. Let's see what they do here. Because then if it does, that's gonna crack it open to make a run for that 375 again that they missed here. See how it's tricky? I don't know if you guys are seeing what I'm seeing, but everything I'm talking about that the chart is telling me, it's it's just, that's why trading is so hard. See, look how tricky this is. So tricky. So okay, it's doing what it should be doing, but again, it's not over yet. So this candle, they got another minute to close this 5 minute, and that's why trading's so fun. It's such a fun game. I love it. It's so interesting. Okay, so here we go. So now if they close this 5 minute under 376, let's see if they do it. Just look at this 1 minute. So it's bear flag. They ripped it back up here. That's a deep cut in this bear flag. Come back down here. This looking like, man, this is something else here. So they should take back 76 here on this last minute. And if they don't, that's just going to be like, wow. Talk about tricky. They're fooling both sides. One thing though too is, they say never short a dull market. So this is definitely not a dull market since the open. It's been faking you out left and right, so well, that's one thing. This is a pretty nice pennant right here. Look at this. It's too bad they didn't close at 76. That 5 minute could have really used that. Could have really used that 76 close. I really needed to close at 76 on that candle right here. So now this posture is it's a coin toss right now with this posture, the way they closed it. As far as the 5 minute goes, it literally could go either way. I want to say the bears have a 60% edge on the 5 minute and the 1 minute, but I mean, really, it's a coin toss right now. Oh yeah, the 30 minute. Speaking of the close, yeah. So we're pretty deep down here. 370 is a bit of a shot. Um, because of how this shaped up here. If this opening candle could have closed, 75, and then maybe follow through on the next one under 74, and then we flag and whatever, that would have been a more probable setup for 370 today. So right now, as it sits here, 370 is a stretch with the posture that we have after these two candles close. But if they could take back 74, just using this kind of, if you want to call this a channel, it doesn't mean it has to get there today, but 70.50 would be the target, right up at that prior day, low day area. That would be target from this kind of channel, if you want to call it that. Now this net, okay, so the hour just started here for this hour, but this hour here must close under 74. Must. Because the market's making the decision today. We had 2 days of consolidation here. Okay, look at all, Tuesday was worse here because you had this small range. Yesterday had more action. Yesterday wasn't bad, but and then when you flip it, you know, that's 2 bull flags for the bulls. So this is why it's tricky here, because look at what these people are seeing right here, or if you're long, kind of 2 bull flags here. So it is tricky here. But the ES chart, when I was looking at it yesterday, it looks more of a trap. I think it was a 4-hour. Yeah, this one. So this look right here, before going into today, I thought this was going to be a look. They're going to snap this down right here, and then we were going to put in the low, and then off that low, we get the real rally, the real bottom. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Now it looks like they're going to break that high day. Man, this is a tricky tape. This 5-minute. Because now it looks like they're going to break the high day, but are they? I don't know. This 5 minutes very tricky. Very tricky. Very, very tricky. If they break lower, though, it has a potential to break. Has possibly. I don't think it will, but it sure has a possibility to open it up relatively quickly, at least past 374. Because the larger time frames don't support, a big dump, meaning like, 372 in an hour, something like that. I don't see that in the larger time frames supporting a move like that. 374, yeah, but 372, I don't see that. What do you guys think? Okay, now it's shaping up that they're going to break high day. Or are they? This is just, look at this stoke here. This whole time, up and down, and this thing's just flat. Just flat. This is a strange look for this whipsaw action here. This is a strange look. If they could close this under 85, then they're definitely breaking high day. Yeah, this is very tricky today. Very tricky. You got this here, a potential target if they break to the upside. Same with SPY. SPY right here has a couple trend lines I was talking about earlier. Up here they missed this one. Okay, so if they break high day, you better believe they're going to 378.5, and then you have one up here at 379. Areas of possible rejection. So it is tricky. This doesn't look as tricky as ES. This look right here. This is nowhere near as tricky as ES. Yeah, it is tough. We have conflicting signals here. So that means I shouldn't be in this put here. So if I end up paying here, then well, there you go. Oh man. Oh yeah. Plus Powell speaking. So yeah, if they're gonna go lower, now that I think about it, I forgot about that. They're probably gonna push it higher before lower. So that kind of sucks. I forgot about Powell. Damn it. I should have waited. Because it doesn't matter what he says. They could pop it up. Because let's say we're breaking 370. Well, why wouldn't they pop it up and stop all these people? Come on, we got this pivot here. Did they not even break that pivot? They didn't. Okay, so they're breaking high day. I would be shocked if they don't break high day. And then you got this up here. So, yep, market sucked me in. This is looking like they're going to make a run for high day or that trend line. ES 5 minute. It looks very tricky. But this is telling me they're breaking that pivot. If they don't, that's going to be very bearish because the people right here are like, okay, come on, they're definitely breaking that. I don't want high day, but I'm going to wait till they break this at least. I'll get out there. So did those people already get screwed? And now they're going to do it. That's trading for you. That's market psychology. That's literally what just happened here. And then it's looking like they're shaping up to do it going forward. So the people that were waiting for, like, okay, when it breaks there, I'll sell or go short. They pull the rug, chop fest, and then they do it. Yeah, they're gonna do it. There you go. Believe me, I've been there. When I traded futures, you better believe I've seen this shit. Here it comes. Is Powell talking? It might ignite it. But there you go. See what I just said? Now they're gonna do it. And now the shorts that they trapped here are gonna get squeezed here. And there it is. So you don't know how many times when I was trading futures, stuff like this, like, oh, I'm not getting greedy, I'm not getting greedy for high day or that trend line. I'll put my order above this pivot here, and then this happens, and then you're like, son of a bitch, for one more ES point, I just got they just took away 5 or 7 points in my face, getting greedy for another point. See what see what I'm talking about? I'm for real. Now we're paying. What did I tell you? I don't know if you were just suggesting that or you actually got in it, but no, we're paying now. We're paying. Well, I'm paying because I was kind of jumped the gun there. That's why I'm paying. But if you got that 370, um, you probably could have got the 372 now for the price you paid for that 370. Yeah, all the news doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. We're near the bottom, at least a temporary bottom. I'm not saying the bottom, and next year we're going to see all-time highs again. But the temporary bottom is very near. So that's why all this bad news. Someone said in the room yesterday that their CNBC was making the point that the Dow was down 300 points. All that stuff. It's just to shake everyone out, scare everyone out, let the shorts pile in. Um, so yeah, normally on a move like this, normally you do get follow through today. So if it was a bullish daily, this consolidated, this was kind of a shakeout here, still flagging. This would be the day you get the breakout in a bullish market. But we're not in the bullish market, so it doesn't mean it can't happen. But that's just something. It's just a fact. We're in a bear market right now. So what normally would happen in the bullish market shouldn't be happening in the bearish market. But either way, the market's going to pick a direction today. Either way, today's the day. The time is up. The market's got to do something. It's very tricky because the daily posture, as of right now, is not supportive of of a leg down, of another leg down that's going to hold. So I went into this week thinking we're going to get an intraday capitulation. That's what I thought. I thought we were going to get an intraday capitulation because I think it's tough to say. The weekly does support that we're not done yet. Meaning, maybe next week we put in the bottom. The weekly is supportive of more downside over the next, let's just say, month. Probably not. It probably won't last another month, but let's just say a month. It's supportive of a few more weeks. It has the support there for sustaining the downside. Let's just say that on the weekly. The daily saying, we're trying to turn things around here. So that's why I went into this week thinking we're going to get an intraday big capitulation. And what better way to put in the bottom than some big, like here, this would be perfect. They look like they're flagging out to break out. Maybe Powell says something or whatever hits the market, some news, and it just opens it up to the downside. We break 374, maybe make an attempt at 370, bounce, flag out, whatever, take another big leg down like a crazy day. That's what I was thinking going into this week, based on that daily. That's how I thought it was going to play out. and then off that big, off those big intraday swings, the bottom gets put in. I'm not saying we crack 360 and then we close 375. That's a bit of a stretch, but a pretty good bounce off that bottom capitulation. So it's interesting here. Again, still a tricky tape here. This 5-minute is not looking good for anyone. I mean, yeah, the bulls right now are above, so clearly right now they're holding it. But this is just an ugly 5-minute. This 5-minute saying they're probably going to make a run for that high day. Possibly 379, but it's not going to hold. Based on the MAs, based on MACD, based on all this stuff. Right? So I don't know if is Powell speaking right now? Is he really speaking? Because if he is, that could excite the market to make a run for that high day. Yeah, if you are scalping, by the way, right now I would be an itchy finger scalper because they really could turn this anyway very quickly. It's looking like they're going to go for yesterday's high. So if that happens, any kind of spike or whatever, be quick on the trigger there. You guys there? Hello? Anyone? Is Powell speaking right now? Is Powell speaking? Oh, okay. Well, because I'm just wondering. I mean, there's a conference all day, or whatever, but 10:30 Eastern. Oh, see, here we go. See what I'm talking about? Tricky. They didn't even give you the. If this is it, I would be surprised if that's it. But right now, this is ugly here. I don't think they fixed this on the 1 minute. This is a very this is not a okay. They could patch it back together and look on this 1 minute here. And now the question is, where do they go if this fails? That I don't know. If this fails, I don't know where they're going to take it and how this is going to play out. If it does fail, if it fails, it should be failing on this or the next 5 minute, because this would be a textbook rejection up here at this line. Again, you don't, for the bears, you don't want to see it enter the power zone. This is the power zone up above that line for the bulls, and for the bears below here. That's the power zone. So the fact that right now it's starting, you got some tails here in the 5 minutes. These are smoke signals to get out of your longs. I mean, this is just a fact. That's how you got to look at trading. Of course, anything can happen, but right now you got two tail candles. You got a kind of a tired MACD here that was positive on a consolidation. We are still flagging out here. It is still a flag. But if you're a bull, you want to see this get up into the power zone, and the opposite for if you're a bear. So right now it's patching it up here. So two potential tail candles. So this could be trapped in bears too. I'm shorting against that tail, and then they jam it. So that's trading. So, but that 1 minute. Let me see how they do that 1 minute. Yeah, that 1 minute was ugly. Okay. This is still very tricky here. I still think they break that high day. I still think that's going to happen. 378 at a minimum. I would be surprised if they don't hit or crack 378. And then you got that trend line, one above it. So it looks like that's what's happening here. Not anymore, I'm for real. And you're not, you can't be green. What are you talking about? If you said you got the 370, unless you added. No puts are green right now. Unless you're in next week's puts from here, from that high, that's the only way you're green. Or you've been swinging from 400, that's the only way you're green. So if they break, you're looking at, yeah, if they break out, if they hold this here, they're gonna break high day. They're gonna break there if they break out and hold here. Man, today is very tricky. Even this 1 minute, this is an unusual look right here. Even on this 1 minute, this is a strange look. I mean, the price action is strange, flagging, kind of break down, try to take it back. I mean, just looking at the price action is a little strange, and then this is strange coming from the price action. 5 minutes still hanging in there. And there's a reason why you're seeing this action here is because, like I said, time is up. The market needs to make a move. It's running out of time here. Then it has to pick direction. It doesn't have to hold that direction, but it's going to pick a direction. Y85. Okay, they're going for it here. Those fake out tail candles, they're going to spike it. Boy, yeah, the target off this flag is above this high day here. Pretty much at the high day, give or take. High day or right above it. So they should get there. Yeah, this daily. See, the daily saying they're gonna. The daily's telling me they're trying to bounce the market. Whether it holds or the bottom's in, that's a whole other story. But that's what the daily's saying. All right, there we go. They're breaking. Let's see where they go now. And again, it is a bear market technically, so they should this flag should play out. And with the look of this, it's sure looking like it's gonna. But one thing you have to realize is when you're in a bull market or a bear market, when you're in a bull market, bear flags typically fail. When you're in the bear market, bull flags typically fail. They have a better probability. No guarantee. So if this flag doesn't even play out, well, that would make sense, and that's going to really trap a lot of people. The 5 minute looks good. This looks sketchy here on the 1 minute. It's sketchy. They're having a hard time holding above this pivot. They've been here already for 20 minutes, and they're struggling. They're still holding for now, but it's a bit of a struggle here. Just maintaining this pivot here, let alone getting to the prior high day. Again, the 5 minutes still good. 5 minutes saying it should do that. It should break prior high day. Oh, you had the 370s? I think you had the 370 puts, right? Yeah, you did. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I didn't swing them, and the ones I bought today are sort of going to shit. I got impatient again. Oh, there. This is the trickiest day so far in a long time. Right now, if I was long, I would be sweating this the whole time. The 5 minutes, let me see the 5 minute, we got another candle here. So the 5 minute is still hanging in there. They need to follow through on this candle here, on this 5 minute. This 1 minute's really running out of time. The posture of this 5 minute, they need to do it on this candle that just started. So far, they're kicking it off with a failure. This 1 minute's just ugly. Let's look at the reverse. So this 1 minute here saying we're going lower here. Wow, look at this pennant still in play here. See, this is why you gotta look at. There we go. Come on, baby. This is beautiful now. See, that's why we gotta look at both sides. Because right here, this is a beautiful pennant. It is holding very nicely. Look at this pennant. Look at this beautiful action. This is textbook right here. So it's I'm kind of worried because they just barely tried faking it out here. So I'm kind of worried now. Are they going to fake it out here and then, it's been tricky Thursday, so I'd rather have had them make a run for that high day and then fake out and reverse. It would be more powerful. But right now this pennant is a little suspicious to me because of how clean it is. This is like textbook. This is too good. So I'm suspicious of it. I don't like that it's looking too clean. Are you guys familiar with busted patterns? Well, anyway, busted pattern is just as the name sounds. So, we're in the pennant here. We're in this bull flag, bull pennant. So this is a pretty deep retracement of this. So this really absolutely has to hold here. But typically, let's say it was higher here. Let's say that the pennant was higher here, and they broke down from here, from this level, and then undercut this pivot. So coming from here, undercut it, looked like they were breaking out to go to prior high day, and then came back, kind of consolidated the bottom of the pennant, and then went like this, and then broke out. This is more powerful because you sucked people in. The pattern broke, so people took their losses, and you sucked people in long, and then it reversing now. It just adds more fuel to the fire because the longs are selling. The people that were short may be jumping back, and the new shorts may be jumping in, and that just triggers a chain reaction. And then when it breaks, normally it's violent because the pattern did work, but you just added all this extra fuel to the pattern with the fake out. So this might actually take off here because they didn't go for prior high day. What was I calling for before? I was calling for 78, wasn't I? Yeah. So we did hit 78 originally at the open. I think it was 78 I was calling for. I don't know if it was 78. Yeah, it was 78. On the 5 minute it looked. Let's see the 5 minute. I remember how. Yeah, right here. Yeah, that's what I called for. 78. That pivot. So far, it satisfied that. Remember, backtesting. Market loves to backtest. At least 80% of the time, areas get backtested the same day or the next. So here's this big bullish engulfer. Yeah, let's see what happens. They can make a run for 75 in relatively short order. Because I sure thought they were going to go for that high day. This flag here. So if this plays out here, This bull flag here was busted. So that's another busted pattern. So when a bear market, so bull flags don't normally they don't play out, and vice versa. So far that's what's happening here. Alright, I'll be right back. Tricky Thursday. Man, they're just screwing everybody today. They're screwing everybody. So, I guess they are going to hit that high day. Oh, boy. Well, now they're definitely breaking that high day. 100%. 100%. They faked out the bears on that one. 100%. Here we go. Oh, I had a target here. Oh, what did you look at that? Huh. So what's this target? 378.90. 378.90 target is getting hit. 100%. 100%. 378.90. And then right above it, you got that. So 378.90, and then maybe they crack 379. 379 and a quarter. Man, look at this though. Look at the volume here, Jesus. So this may be a blow off here. Look at the volume here. This is it's a trap. This is a trap here. Look at this volume here. This is almost 2 candles worth of volume for this one down move here. Let's look back at that 1 minute. So they held the 5 minutes together here. And this 1 minute probably just looks like trash. Yeah, I mean it's okay. Here this looks more normal, but here it was just looking like it was horrible. And look at where the volume is. Normally you have volumes at the tops. That's generally I'm not saying they're not going higher, but you know, that's not bullish right here. You know, this was selling in the strength here. You know, where were the buyers here at these lower prices if we're going to be blasting off it? You know, all the volume came in here. Well, I mean, this one was because we spiked that pivot. And then, you know, we got the big fat 78 number, so I'm sure some volume came in at that 78. So that's part of it. But still, nonetheless, that's not the volume profile you want to see on the way up. You know, you don't want to see the volume peaking at the high and then pulling back. So I still think they're going to make a run for that 379. But how they're getting there is not nice, not ideal. Yeah, this was the fake out, so this should play out here. And if it doesn't, then this is going to be the trickiest day that I can remember. Oh. Yeah, I hate when my fans turn on or kick up. It's normally when they're selling to the downside, because I guess you have a lot of things firing off, a lot of sells across everything. Yeah, it's really really a tough tape today. See, even if you are a scalper and you're looking for quick moves, today's a day that you get got really burned, like seriously hurt because of the non-stop change of direction and fake outs. What do you mean supporting the move higher? What's supposed to be supporting it? The way it's trading though, there's going to be a rug pull today. This is just this is not normal market behavior. I mean, they're just faking everyone out here. It's not even a grind. It's just non-stop fake outs. I mean, look at the 1 minute. I mean, you got this range here. They break it down, they break it up, they come back down, they go back into the range, they break it out. They're struggling this whole time with this pivot. They kind of do this little rug pull, then they rip it back up, break high day. Now they're flagging out. 5 minutes saying if this holds here, they're going to pull the rug here. If this holds down here, I'm not saying dropping it a point or two, but yeah, that look right there. Okay, they just saved it. That was not a good look. So now we're flagging out. We have this target from prior day's flag, 378.90. So that should get hit. They're going to spike it or something. But today's just been very, very tricky. I mean, look at this 1 minute. Just look at this. I mean, you just look at the price action, but just the profile of this MACD is just all over the place. 5 minute looks better, but this is just ugly. The price action's ugly. Oh yeah, how about VWAP? Where's the VWAP at? Oh, there's I forgot about it. So see, this is where VWAP. Okay, this is where VWAP is very, very, very useful, and that's the VWAP bands, outer and lower band, the upper and lower bands. This is where it's most useful. It's kind of like a Bollinger Band, and it contains price. That's the most useful aspect of VWAP, are the bands. That's where I get use out of it. So I take it off there because when I'm looking at the charts at night, it looks like shit. When you look at the daily, look at this. It looks like shit because they keep it on the daily, which is stupid. Why do you said that yesterday with your point whatever percentages? Where are you getting these numbers from? I remember yesterday in chat you said some kind of point something. Oh yeah, expected move. Forgot about that. I think. Oh, here's the interesting part too. This was kind of a smoking gun that they're going to pull a rug this week. Was this? We're at the upper edge of the expected move. Again, there's no guarantees that we can't go higher. We're well below here. No guarantees, but this was kind of a telltale sign. Rejected on the first day, couldn't hold it. Now they're trying to hold it. I mean, I think there's a rug pull coming, and that 370 is going to get cracked. As I'm talking about that, there's the rug pull. Okay, this should be it. Because this is a very ugly look right here. This is ugly. This was like this on the 1 minute. They saved it on the 1 minute. This is a 5 minute here. Okay, come on. Again, I don't think they break low day rug pull, but taking back 76 on the next candle would be nice. And then maybe attempting the bounce. Well, let's see, ideally on the next candle under this trend line, and then attempting to take it back, failing, and then bam, it moved through 374. So here we go. So let's see what happens, okay? I mean, talk about tricky Thursday, because I had that target up there at 90, and the fact that they didn't spike it is kind of strange too, because if they're going to pull the rug, that would add a lot of fuel to the fire. So we'll see what happens there, because this may even still hold, just like it did here. So let's analyze this. So equal volume here, but this look right here, this is not a good look. Before here, this was different, but now this is pretty ugly here, especially with MACD waning. I like that word, waning. Alright, so they're still holding it. Fake out of the fake out of the fake out. This is exactly where we were here before I left. And then I come back and I'm like, alright, okay, high day, here we come. So we're in the exact same spot we were 20 minutes ago. Exact same spot. So it's looking a lot better here actually. There's the look that I said didn't look good on the regular chart. This is a divergence here. Not a textbook ideal one, but we will break 76 before we break 78. I'd say there's a 90%, 95% chance 76 breaks before 78 breaks. If I'm not saying 78 is going to break, I'm just saying right now this is getting broken before this would, depending which direction the market takes based on this posture. So this is an actionable setup right here. So, stupid me, jumping in and getting FOMO itchy fingers right here. Right here, I would be looking for more of a dip here. They might not give it. This would be ideal. It's coming back to 77.50, but I don't think they do it. But this is a setup that I would take 100% of the time. This setup, this posture right here. I mean, depending on the context, but probably definitely 80% of the time, maybe 90%, maybe 100% of the time, because this is a pretty powerful setup right here. This little divergence, the waning momentum. This doesn't guarantee anything, but this is a high probability of getting followed through. And just looking at it, likely 76, and once they're there, then you got these pivots, and then the sky's the limit when you start breaking levels, and this is to the downside. So the downside happens much quicker too when the fear kicks in. So yeah, I could have got those 375s cheaper right now than I got the 74s, but that's what you get for getting impatient. It's still a tricky taper, so who knows where this is going to go. But this posture right now, this is the best all day it's been looking for the bears on this 5 minute. This is the best look all day for the bears. By a long shot on this 5 minute for an actionable setup. We got that hourly closing, so this is going to be an ugly hourly, so this is a problem. This hourly, man, this is ugly. This is an ugly hourly. This is actually concerning right here. This is very ugly. Stupid hourly's frozen. Give me a break. This damn hourly's frozen. It's not moving. Well, yeah, I mean we're selling, so it's gonna be moving. But this is an ugly hourly. This is not a good look here at all. Not a good look at all. This is telling me, they could still break high day on this hourly. Very ugly hourly. Very ugly. I don't like that look at all. I mean, this just killed it. That opening 30-minute candles killed the good look we had going into the close, the potential, and this hourly just kind of killed it too. Like I don't like the look of this right now. I don't see how this is going to play out. This posture here, it's the stoke right here. This posture right here is not a good posture. I mean, obviously anything's possible, but normally this does not play out. And then what? This is just going to keep. This is a very ugly look. That's not. It's not a good look. And if it does play out, this is going to be a rare look. This is rare that if this continues, we continue lower from this posture, this kind of look here. This is a very maybe that's why it's going to work out, right? But that's not and again, that's probably why it will work out, right? Because I wouldn't like it. I wouldn't be getting in there, and then it's going to work out, not letting you in, because the market is tricky like that. But here's your 5 minute playing out, like I said. So see what I was just saying? This is the bread and butter of my momentum setup right here. This is what I was talking about on the daily, where there's like it's almost guaranteed to play out here. This setup right here. You got MACD waning. You got a divergence on Stoke. This is like I would say this is like 90% probability, maybe 95% probability of this setup working. Like this is the all-in setup on the daily. When I was talking about how you keep rolling over your trades, looking for like the one A plus 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 trade per month that the market gives you, or whenever it gives you on the daily. Just like there's free money sitting on the ground waiting for you to pick up type of setup where you go all in, going like a month, 2 months, 3 months out on options. Where giving you that much time, it's like it's a guarantee the trade's gonna work. So this right here is the daily setup. Look. So this daily setup right here, coming from the bottom here. This was the SPY. So let me show you on SPY. Right here, this is the setup I was talking about. This rip, this historic 3-day advancing 80% day, whatever it was. Right here, look. If you guys aren't looking, reverse the video. Right here. There's your divergence.
This is like exactly what we just saw right now in the 5 minute, but it was better here because you had a MACD, a little bit of a divergence here. This look right here on the daily, this is exactly what we're seeing on the 5 minute right now. So look at that look, and then look at, okay, so there's that, and there's this. See that? It's almost identical, and the divergence being not quite a divergence here. It's kind of barely under equal. This is just like that daily I showed you on SPY that took us to, what, 420 or whatever. This is like almost identical on the daily. And on the daily, we had these 3 days, bang, 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 and then we flagged out and then failed. But so for right now, they're making a run for, this is the target of the pennant right here. If this holds, 374 and a quarter, let's just say, or I'm sorry, what was that? 15, 374.15-ish is target. The ES always looks better, so let's look at ES. It always has that falling out of bed look. I've always talked about that. So when I see this, it's like there's more space in ES because it has pre-market and everything here. So when I see this, it's more believable seeing a big flush. Now I'm not saying straight down, but I could see it happening on the ES chart more than I can on SPY most of the time. ES it makes it more believable. You can see it happening on this chart. That for me at least. So look at all this chop, 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 and now here's the real move. The market's showing its hand, and this is what I was talking about going into today. Lower before higher is in play, just like it was at 415 in that flag. Because there's no setup on the daily. Nothing is saying on the daily like, okay, here we go. 90% of the bottom's in. You never heard me say that at any point. At any point, I was always wishy-washy, like I don't know, I don't see this happening, blah blah. Believe me, when the bottom's in, and I'm not saying I'm Mr. Bottom Picker here. All I'm saying is you're gonna hear me saying like, 80% probability, 90% probability, the bottom's in. This is a buy the dip tape for the next couple weeks. I haven't even remotely said that. Not even like 1% have I said that. And again, it's not what I'm saying, it's what the chart's saying. I'm just reading the chart. I'm not guessing or assuming. I'll tell you when I'm what my gut feeling is and all that stuff. I'll tell you that. But I'm just telling you what the chart's telling me. I mean, that's our job here, is to interpret what the market is trying to tell you. Pattern recognition. And that's essentially what you're doing as a trader. So the longer term, the 15, 30, all that, it's not really supporting a big, quick move. The downside is always possible, because when it comes to the downside, it's different. The market very rarely is going to melt up in a quick order, in a quick fashion. Downside is another story. Because they could, let's say they make the move. Hypothetically, let's say we just get some big flush to 373 or something. Let's say there's a quick flush. It could make that big move. Even the longer time frame posture doesn't hold it, and then we could consolidate, we could get the bounce, and then it could just kind of hang out. So the downside's a little trickier because things happen quicker. To the upside, it's very rare you get just big rips to the upside in a selling fashion. because you don't have fear at play. You have FOMO, but with the upside, the fear is still there. Everyone sells too soon. You know, these people selling too soon. There's still fear to the upside. Whereas to the downside, you get people bottom picking and stuff like that. But the fears amplified that much more. Am I green yet? Nope, not even green. Would you look at that? Almost flat. Sure would have been green if I was a little more patient. In the talk I had yesterday and the talks I have, obviously I have to work on that stuff, and that's why I'm talking about it. So even with me talking about it, I still do those stupid mistakes. I guess it's impatience, it's FOMO. It's what it is. Because the market doesn't always give you the setup. And to the downside, I'm much more trigger happy to the downside, because the downside can happen quickly. I'm not saying every dip is like, okay, short, short, short. I'm not saying this right here. But if we do crack 370 today, well, yeah, the trade went against me. But if we hit 370, I'm going to have like at least a 3-bagger. So being down, 30%, quote unquote risking 30% to make 200%. What's the big deal there? But the point is also, the main point is, that's why I'm trigger happy to the downside. The upside's a different story. I'm patient. I'm very, very patient on my entries to the upside. I normally just don't hop into the upside. Normally, actually, I miss moves to the upside because of that patience. And sometimes there could be a setup that's not really great. But, any setup could morph into becoming a good move. But to the upside, because if it's not a great setup, I'm waiting for that great entry, and then if they don't give it, chasing the upside is difficult. Well, chasing any direction is difficult, but at least to the downside, I guess, if you chase it, you could get in, and there could be another quick second leg down. So you could get in. Maybe it's not a big move, but it happens quick. It pays you quickly if you kind of chase the downside. Whereas the upside, you kind of grind out. Okay, looks like we're coming down. Flags out, little fake out. They pop it back up, and you could kind of have that grind up higher, never giving you a good entry, and you're just like, nah, I don't know about this. We're extended, or we're not far from the target, and then that's why upside moves I'm much, much more patient, and I miss out on more than the downside. Alright, so we're still Tricky Thursday, seeing what they're going to do here. We at least needed a minimum of breaking low day, just to kind of kick off the chart. So if we hold here, this is kind of normal. We have a lot of stuff here, so we're just bouncing for now. They haven't even hit VWAP yet. But given the posture, especially the stoke here, this needs to remain, like, we kind of want that move through low day, given this posture here. This was a nice move already, so off the highs, we already had a move here. So, they could bounce up here, maybe even come up here, and then take the real leg down. That could play out that way, but just ideally, you want to see them crack low day on this move before the bounce, or before, they could flag out, sure. Flagging out would be good too. But given the posture, we want that low day break here. Even if they snap it back, we want the posture kind of wake up to the downside. But so far, there's no problem. This is a big move here, relatively big move off the high. Still tricky Thursday. It still is, because you still have all this pre-market stuff right here to deal with right here. So this is going to take a little bit of work to fight. You got 20 handles of price action from yesterday's close to fight here. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Got that big trend line. We already tested this here. So this has been battled quite a bit. It's just a reference point. So the daily, I don't know how this is going to play out. The daily is still supportive of continued bounce on the daily. It's a bit tricky here. A bit tricky. Big move down. So the other side, why we could still go lower, is because big move down, people bottom picking, and wanting a bounce. Let's say to fill that gap, because that's a futures gap. Futures gaps. Well, this one's definitely going to be filled, because no matter what, that's going to be filled. If this gap was from all-time highs, and the bull market's over, okay, maybe they could have left the gap from all-time highs, but futures gaps very rarely don't get filled. But people bottom picking and looking just for a bounce at a minimum, or just thinking this is the bottom. You got that at play. You got people saying, okay, we're crashing. You got 3,500 people. So it's a bit tricky on this daily. A bit tricky. And that's because of this posture right here. This is not. This posture here is giving the edge to the bulls here. That they're working on some kind of bounce. Textbook would be we bounce, whether they fill the gap or not, whatever. They make the attempt, and then off the bounce, we get that next leg down. That would be that's kind of probably what everyone wants. That would be you could say, textbook. So right now the posture is there for that possibly to play out that way on the daily. But when I flip it, so that's why I like looking at both sides here. When I flip it, so that's why I always have to look at both, because they both tell a story. That's what that's telling me on the daily here, that we're going to get bounced. It's unlikely to hold, but we're going to get bounced. Now when I flip it, this is telling me, the move's not over. When I look at this is telling me that we're going to get another, at a minimum, an attempt. This was an attempt, okay, I guess, but probably cracking, even if it's just a spike of the lows. But 3,600 cracking is going to happen. Does it happen in this current flag? Do we pull back and then do it? I don't know. It's anyone's guess how it plays out. this right here is a little concerning. This is supportive of us bouncing. So this right here is called an evening star, and I think by the closing below this candle confirms it. On the flip side, it's a morning star right here. It doesn't show it on SPY because it's a different setup on the SPY. In SPY, you don't have you just have like island top or island bottom on SPY. But on regular ES, you have this kind of morning star look to it. It's not textbook because technically this has the gap down, but besides the point, this is kind of a warning for the bears that they might be pushing it higher. This setup right here. And what's also kind of concerning is, here's the fake out bounce, and here's the fake out move lower, and then they bounce it, and then they break it down again. So that's trading for you. That's trading for you. Okay, so you want to see them flag out here, possibly bounce a little bit more up into these MAs, and this could be setting up a divergence lower. Oh yeah, speaking of the VIX, I didn't even look at the VIX. I haven't looked at the VIX in a while. So as it's looking right now, that 374.15 target, that's all you can really count on for now if they're going to break lower. You got that 200 on SPY. Got this 200 here. Kind of turning up here. So if they do break lower, undercut this, then you got this back test area. Again, my 370 call for today, that was at the open. If they could have taken 374 in the first hour, first hourly candle on SPY, that would have put the chart in the posture for possibly getting crazy and try and make a run for 370. At a minimum cracking like 372. But right now, that's not looking like that's going to happen now. Now it's looking like this 374.15 target might be it, which would be that would actually be right below here, maybe right about here. So maybe this pivot right here holds right about here. That's about the target on ES, right under here. So you got to be careful here because, like I laid out with that daily on SPY, kind of supportive of a further bounce. They could fake out to the downside here. Let's say it just hits that target, and then maybe we bounce and kind of rip out of that, kind of rally off that low to kind of play into the SPY. We're bouncing some more scenario. Okay, now back to the VIX. So here's what sucks. I don't know when I got into puts, but let's see. I got it early. So here's what sucks. So if SPY only goes where I said it's gonna go, This is the price I'm going to pay for jumping the gun. SPY will hit, I'm sorry, 374s will hit the same price I could have got out at on this move here. So if we go here, just looking at the move, if we fall 2 more points in SPY, well, less than 2 more points, but if we come here, these 374s will be the same price that were here. So that sucks, if that's all that is. So price you pay. And look how my setup's working out beautifully. You see this shit? I'm definitely far from getting my patience down. This setup that I was talking about here, I mean, look how it's working out. An actionable setup that I'm familiar with, that I love. And what happens here, I could have got in, even if I just got in here after this candle, which you have to wait, because this candle confirmed the setup. You know, it immediately moved, flagged out, continuation. Look how quickly and awesomely it's working out. Being patient and waiting for that setup. Rather than, you know, I FOMO here. You know. That's because going into today, I was assuming this 30-minute posture going into the close, we were getting fouled from here. So that's why I had my bid in there. I didn't chase it here. I had a bid in. I got to fill that miss candle in a bit. So I got actually really good entry. I was only off by like a dime. You know, this was a quick flush. So I actually had a very good entry. And it immediately worked out. But the chart wasn't ready to sustain a move lower. But the point is, with all my talking here, there wasn't a great setup here is the point. So it doesn't matter that it worked out. The point is, you can't just take every setup. That's the point. So being patient, waiting, look at this A+ setup right here that I love. You know, I called this out before this played out here. On this candle here, I was talking about the setup here. So it's not like I said it after the fact. I was explaining to you how SPY Daily had the same setup. This is like a textbook A+, I'll take this trade every time setup. But the point is, the setup, you know, maybe you don't get the setup. Maybe it doesn't happen. You know, every day can't be, you know, A+, you know, fireworks going off setups every day. But when they do happen, you know, you have a high probability of being profitable on that trade. If you just wait for those setups, you're going to make money. Instead of taking less quality setups that have you guessing and having a much higher probability of going against you, which you did. Let me see what Powell's doing here.
Again on snow. So 130. There it is. There's the
You guys sleeping? Anybody take my setup here? Alright, we're green. Back to green, finally. Take a screenshot of this setup right here. Don't ever forget this. This is, you see what's happening. SPY daily. So now this is 100% probability of working. I mean, we only have two examples, but I guarantee you, I guarantee this is a 90% probability setup. Now again, there's context. You know, it depends on the hourly, it depends on other things. Okay, but given, in this case, we're bearish. Okay, so, well, let's say bullish. We're looking at the bullish angle. So, assuming the daily, there's other time frames supportive of supporting a bullish. There's other time frames that are bullish, that support bullish activity. Okay, so you get the bullish setup right here. You got the hourly, the daily, whatever else you can. You know, so obviously, the point I'm saying is you can't just every time. I mean, I would actually almost say every time, even if you're in a bearish. Okay, so we're pretending this is bullish. Even if you're in the bearish tape and you get this intraday with the bearish tape, okay, it's still bullish. It's probably still going to work out. Now, how much it works out, or if it holds, if it makes the move and holds and it doesn't reverse, that's a whole other story. But the point is, this is a great setup. You know, plus we have this pennant here. So again, it's not just one thing. So this might be it, 374.15. There's reason to believe that might be it. You know, we don't know until the chart starts evolving more. But right here, people are going to be fighting that 200. It's probably going to get there sooner than later. Because people are buying this 200 or covering. And then when it breaks more, and then especially breaks low day, people are going to be like, oh shit. And there you go, and there's the bell. See how it works? Bada bing, bada boom. And that's why I talk so much, because that's market psychology. That's what the bulls are thinking, the bears are thinking. This is what makes the market. Everything that I talk a lot, but you have a lot of traders looking at different setups here. That's trading for you. So now we're bearish here, okay, but at the same time, the daily is supportive of we're bouncing more. You know, that's trading, so that's why I got to be careful here. I'm probably not going to sell there, to be honest with you, because if we break 374, this is going to really open it up. I'm not saying it's happening here, but plus they expire tomorrow. This is a deep enough cut. So we have to see how they hang out down here. There's no guarantee this has to stop just because I say target. Targets are targets. It's not, go the other way. All right, bells are ringing, baby. Let's go. Ring those bells. All right, we are back to pretty much where we were when I was over here after 2 hours passed, and that's theta for you. So I'm gonna, if this is it, I could have got out at the same price in 10 minutes. See how that works? But stupid me, I would have been up from here. I would have been up 75% if I would have waited here. So because yesterday didn't have to dump, but the market's picking direction. So this has the potential that 374 really opens it up. Because after 374, it's pretty thin. This is pretty thin up here. And because it's selling, I mean, that could be easily blown through. I'm not saying blow through 370. I'm just saying this won't be tough. And the volume's been weak too, so there's not a big volume buying here. They have to blow through. These are just big, quick moves, so they could quickly move right through it too. And the downside always surprises. So, as I said going into today, I won't be surprised if they try to run 370 today. I mean, if this really cracks up, if they could close this or the next candle under 374, that's going to be very interesting. This is concerning though, the MAs. The MAs are concerning. They're not really supporting that to hold. Okay, target's hit. They blew through the target. Oh baby, 374. It's going to get interesting. Will they do it on this candle? And you got these people are scared here. Oh, they touched it. Oh, they touched it. They touched it. They're going to do it on this candle for sure. Bam, there we go. Let's go, baby. Alright, so now I'm these 374s are starting to print higher than we were here for now. We're pretty extended here, so let's see what happens. As the saying goes, let's see what happens. Okay, so now we got to analyze. The 15-minute is looking good. This 15-minute is supportive of at least 373. Another dollar. I'm not saying right now on this 15-minute. I'm saying, 374 is big, so of course they're not going to blow right through it. If they close well below 374, that would be very bearish on this 15-minute. I don't think they do. I think they close above 374. But closing below 374 on the 15-minute would be pretty bearish. So now let's look at the flip side here. So here's your cracking open to the downside look. So you see how, this is going to be tough right here. MAs, this is tough, but the 15-minute is supportive of 373. I didn't look at the 15-minute before. I was just basing it off the 5-minute. Depending how this 15-minute closes here. So we did hit the target, and then some. So the trade is technically over. So the 15-minute, you at least want to see it close under 374.25. Now that I look at the 15-minute on ES, on SPY looked better, but on ES, it doesn't look as good on the 15-minute. The SPY 15-minute looked more bearish. But when you look at the ES here, this is going to be tough. They're not going to blow through all this here. But if they do, well then they're going straight down to 372. What's interesting too is this big fat trend line. I'm pretty sure this trend line was from regular market hours. So they did hit it here, but they hit it at night. So the interesting part is that's your 370. So they might, we'll see. Let's see if my 370 is possible today, if that works out, because you have reasons for it to want to go there. Once they break there, then they're at 372, and then once they're there, they're only a couple points away from that 370, cracking the 370 possibly, and hitting that big fat trend line right there that wasn't hit during market hours. So if this plays out, even if it does 373, well, now you see why I got all excited yesterday. You're wrong when you're right, which is my problem. Because I'm right, but it doesn't matter that it hit it. I needed it to hit it this day. Alright, so we're looking good here. This is a good 15 minute. We have another 5 minutes, but you know, if they get under 374, it should be a struggle because they already bounced off of it. So because they already bounced and now they're coming back, that's bearish. You know, look at this. This has we're cracking open. You know, the market's popping. You know, now nobody wants to get in. Look at the MAs down here. So you could make the case for a continued flush on the 15 minute. It doesn't mean in a straight line. You know, we could flag out for a candle or two and then make another run. We'll see what happens here. But also, too, that volume in the close was pretty nice yesterday. We're selling to the close. That's a pretty good volume here. So I want to see this 15 minute close under 374 and a quarter. It doesn't have to be 374, but under 374 and a quarter is kind of needed in a way. But a lot of people were tricked. You know, all this trickery here. And then see what I was saying. The moves to the downside happen relatively quickly. So here, people wanted this. People wanted to get in here. They wanted it back here. Now at this point, this 9 was under these MAs here. So this could have spiked easily. They didn't even break this 80. Remember that 80 I was talking about here? We got to hold 80. They didn't even crack 80 here. Not even a crack at 80. And then bam. Alright, 5 minutes a little tired here on the 5 minute. Doesn't mean it's over. Just an observation. You know, they may push it a little more and then come back to this trend line. Let's see here. The downside's always trickier. Meaning it has more of a chance of not back testing areas compared to the upside. The volume on these 374 is a little concerning. You didn't really have great volume leading to the move, and then the last two 5 minute candles have some volume, somewhat of a capitulation look on the volume. Normally that signals a pullback is coming with the volume up near the highs like that. You had about 10,000 contracts near these highs here. $375s look a little bit better. Those look a little bit better as far as volume goes.
Yeah, so right now, normal to be expected, getting rejected from this area. Oh, didn't I call it earlier? I'm like, this might be it right here, this level. Well, that was with the 7415 target, and they cracked 74. So right now, whether this fails or not, nobody knows. We don't know yet. But it is acting normal after this move. That big fat 374 number, there's nothing wrong with it right now. We're just kind of flagging out, consolidating. Alright, so that 15-minute closed. Where did that close? Okay, so that wasn't a bad close. They'd probably push it more on this 15-minute. Well, on this, as far as SPY goes, they didn't even close under 50. But as far as the look of the 15-minute, it's not bad. Closing above this 200, they probably do push it one more time for the people that were buying this 200. So this is still tricky, even though it's working out in green. Tricky of where this is going, if it's going anymore. We got these MAs down here, pretty extended, not even crossed. That's not good. We're hitting this 200 here. We got the 100 here. This is tricky. I didn't even look at the other ones. Let's see. Yeah, this isn't supportive of. Well, I mean, it's supporting it right now, but this isn't an ideal look that this will hold. Oh, here's that weird hourly. Here's what's good about the hourly. So if they could close, we got 13 minutes left. If they could close this hourly below 374, that would be very nice for the downside. Because that would put the hourly in the posture that it absolutely has to close under 75. But really, even this prior high low here absolutely has to close below this. I mean, really the gap. So maybe not 74, but even the gap. This has to be a commanding hourly candle here for the bears. Because if it closes nicely like that, this posture will help support a move lower later, probably through 373 at least. Alright, man, see ya. That's right, you're going to be in and out this week. So yeah, see you tomorrow then. Hey, if you're still here, the last time you left, you're like, every time I leave, so if it gets stupid and they crack 370, you're going to be pissed. I don't see that happening, but that's a long shot, but if they do, you're going to be pissed. Yeah, we got that VWAP ban. Yeah, I forgot about VWAP. This is a little sketchy. Yeah, so the chart's a little sketchy. You got that VWAP, you got the MAs. It's a bit sketchy.
Doesn't mean they're not going lower, but it's a bit sketchy. I still didn't look at the VIX. Yeah, the VIX ain't really telling anything. On the daily, the daily is just kind of flagging out, hanging out. It's not really saying anything though, the VIX. This isn't a crazy move to begin with, so it's not like it's going to do much. But funny enough, the VIX gapped up today. The market gapped down. The market gapped up, and then so did the VIX. So the VIX, not just from today, but the VIX is kind of saying that there's hedging at a minimum, not trusting the upside. Alright, while this does its thing here, they're probably going to come back to 376 is what it's looking like. I'm going to put a video here to kill some time because the chart's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Good evening, all. Ira Epstein with your Spider ETF subscriber video, and this video is for Wednesday, the 22nd of June, 2022. Interesting markets. They're like marking time now, going pretty much sideways across the board. I saw that today in the financial markets, in the futures and the metals, and there's more and more of that. The one thing that I am seeing is I am not part of the camp that thinks inflation is roaring any longer. I think we've seen a peak. I look at the futures market as my guide. Gasoline prices down about 60 cents from their highs. Crude oil certainly down some $10, $12 a barrel from its high. Grain prices sharply lower over the past 2 weeks. Ukraine grain probably going to make it out of the country in the next, say, 90 to 180 days in some manner if Russia doesn't bomb the railways and the roads, which they're going after. You heard me, going after. Today they hit 2 terminals for grain run by Bunge and one of the others, I think it was Goldcor's, one of theirs. And to make a long story short, the market's not even bouncing on that news, and that's grain that's just not going to make it to the marketplace. Obviously, it's destroyed now in those particular terminals. We're getting the bounce that I was looking for in the bonds and the notes. You would, in the futures, lost the bearish embedded reading. It normally causes a rally to the 18-day average. So before we begin, if you're watching me on YouTube, do yourself a favor, hit the subscribe button. When I put these out, as soon as they're ready, it comes right to you. You get your notice. That's number one, and you're on our list for everything else. I look at Chewy. I like the action. It looks good. You know why I like Chewy? Because I use it for all my pets. We love animals here. My wife's a nut with animals. And we're forever got something coming from Chewy one way or the other. Looking good. Trend is certainly up, higher lows, higher highs. The market is over the 18-day average. It cleared the 50-day, the 100 and the 200s above it. But it's working its way up in a market that after a huge decline, remember, this came from all the way back up there, and it fell dramatically in price, more I think it was more than 50% overall. And it's finally getting its legs under it. It's not ready to just run to the upside. This is a market that has now transitioned away from being bearish, and it takes a while for it to develop the real bullish scenario. Why do I say that? Because the odds of staying over this Bollinger Band, these black lines right here or under them, 5% of the time. I want to be the casino. I want the odds on my side. I'll let you win a few times there, but I'll get you 95% if you're buying over that, because you can buy it better, just like you did there, if you still want to buy it. That's the theory of this. Momentum, overbought. So I have a market that's now overbought, used a lot of power to get to the upper Bollinger Band. At a resistance point, I think there's some exhaustion coming into the market now. AMC, if this is the summer rally, I'm looking for this to be down here. You heard me. If this is all this market can do with all these movies that are coming out and you can't lift AMC out of this, that's a problem. It's easier to break out to the downside than the up because you got moving averages here. Obviously, a 25.05 would be a dream for this company if you can get up there. The trend is up. The bias is up. The market's trying its darn best, and it just can't seem to lift. You don't want to be short, but it's giving a real hard time to be long. I think the pros bought it at 12.72. I think they're wrong in the market at 11.42. And I think they're praying they can get up to 14.27. In Apple, you're no longer in the bear camp, but you're not in the bull camp. You hit the lower Bollinger Band, you bounced around it for about 3 days, and you lifted up over this prior high. That's not a bull picture. It's not a bearish one either. You have a big nothing in this chart. The bias is down, momentum is oversold, and you're not putting together a string of higher highs, higher lows, or anything like that. Disney's in the toilet here. I mean, how low is low? You would think with all the bookings, and I'm sure that their parks are full. Why isn't this going? Is it something on streaming video? Could be. What a recession's going to do, and we're in one. You're going to start cutting back on things. I'm already looking, saying, do I need Hulu, Prime TV, Netflix? I have everything. How many can I start cutting? And I'm about to do that, right? There gets to be the point where you cut back, and you'll say, well, Ira, you can afford another $10 a month, whatever. You're right, I can. But that's not what I should be doing. XLF, lower highs, lower lows. Now it's embedding. So this tells me that the pros want to sell the financial services. Sell it, not buy it. Be careful here. A warning sign would be if the red line closes back over 21, that you're going to make a run back to this number. Barring that, I think that the market is now setting up the embedded reading. What do I mean by the embedded reading? Let's see if I can do this without screwing anything up. Of course, I screwed it up right off the bat. I didn't want that to happen. That's what I want to happen. There we go. Let's count how many days do we have under a 20 level here. Not there. Day 1 was Friday. Day 2, Tuesday. We weren't open on Monday. Day 3, both numbers under 20 today. So that tells me that the pros are going to sell a rally in this market. They'll bail if you get a reading over 21, and they're going to look down here, in my opinion. 29.75 is a possibility. So you have an embedded reading that developed there. You're close to it in XLI, still bearish. You're getting more and more readings that are bearish, not bullish. Semiconductors, you're trying to embed right now. If they do, I think you'll go back to these lows. Home builders, oversold, not embedded yet. The market might try to do that, but we're not quite there. Let me just show you. Tuesday, both numbers under 20. Not so on Friday. So we only have 2 days where you're there. We have to wait and see if that is in fact going to set itself up. XLE, oversold under the lower Bollinger Band. You'd never get me to do that. Do you remember when we were over here the other day? I said, watch out now that you're under this number. The combination for support was 76.87 down to 70, down to the lower band of 7,700. You punched under it, which means if you rally at all, and let's see if I can bring this back for you. If you rally here, you should have resistance at what was support. And that's exactly what's going on. So for the next week or so, I can see that bouncing like that, with that being your resistance point in the market. We'll see if it does anything. Gold. Today I was very aggressive telling my traders that I think that the pros are going to be selling right here. A stop over the 172.77. The risk on the trade, I don't know, was it 60 cents when I was telling traders to do it? Something like that. And if you break 169.10 is the downside target. We'll see if that comes in. I also told them that there's nothing to do in GDX, SIL, any of those any way through. And I'm real bothered by copper. They call copper Dr. Copper. It tells you the world demand for industrial goods because it's used in everything. Tonight, Chile is talking about some 50,000 workers going out on strike right away. Copper's not bouncing. That's a big supply of copper that can come off the market. You get bull news and markets don't pay attention to it. Learn to write that down on a piece of paper for yourself. If it doesn't respond in the morning, there's more to this than meets the eye and it's bearish. AGG, okay. You had an embedded reading that you lost. Markets often make a run to the 18-day average to regroup. That is underway, present tense right now. UUP, you've got the dollar with higher lows, but suddenly lower highs. We've gone into a pause in the dollar. It's not bearish, but it's not bullish. It's now, I give the bulls the nod, but not to add new money on those charts. I don't think they're doing it. And it's almost a flip-flop of that in the FXE. You got the lower highs, but higher lows. So the battleground is shaping up in a massive way in these markets right now. And I think you've got to learn to take advantage of some of that. And that's where I want to step in for you in the mornings. You know, at 9 in the morning, let me tell you what I do. I wait until 9 to make a recording. And you'll say, why 9? The market's open at 8:30 Chicago time. The reason is I let the stupid money get placed. What do I mean by that? The stupid money, I want to come back to where we're at right there, and you'll see what I'm saying. The stupid money is the algorithm money that overnight finds its way into the market. The fast traders, the guys that don't know what they're doing, they come in and they immediately, I got to be long, I got to be short. They give the market no chance to dissect that money. More important, they don't even understand that between 6 and 9 in the morning Chicago times when all the government reports come out, the vast majority of them. There are reports that can come out later, but the vast majority there. Next, you've got Mr. Powell, our Fed chair, speaking. He spoke today in front of the Senate committee. He'll be in front of the House tomorrow. It's a 2-day event. He's not saying anything new. The Fed's going to fight inflation. The Fed thinks that it can handle unemployment getting worse. In other words, maybe a half point back up to 4.1 in the unemployment rate. Unfortunately, history shows every half point increase is accompanied by a recession. People aren't paying attention. Learn to play bear markets. I cover some of this and a lot more. I cover 40 markets at 9 in the morning. It takes me about 15 minutes to record everything. Then I render. Then I give you the posting of it. Good morning. Ira Epstein with your morning flash update. And this update is for Thursday, and we're now at the 23rd of June, 2022, about 8:35 a.m. Central Time. Well, we're starting off with a bounce in the stock market. That's good. I heard the KB Homes is doing pretty good. I'm talking the home builder. They have a backlog with these high interest rates. It just proves one thing. The high interest rates aren't necessarily going to break home prices. They're going to slow down purchasing. Supply is a big issue here. On the energy markets, getting a little bit more of a bounce. Markets seem to be finding a home here just above in the WTI, the 100 level. In the grain markets, still great weather throughout the Midwest. That weather keeps weighing on the grain prices at this point. They're still working in the Ukraine, trying to figure out how do they get grain out of there, and that's going to be a real nightmare. In the foreign currency markets, a mixed picture, except the yen is a lot stronger today. Up on the day, 81 points at this point. We'll see if it can hold those gains. It has a tendency to rally early and then fade late. We'll see if that takes place throughout the market. Now, as I'm looking at what's going on here, and we come in, and let's get to the morning data over that. There we are. We can see that the jobless claims came in down 2,000 at 229. We get the S&P coming out with the June manufacturing and PMI numbers at 845. They're expecting a 56 compared to a 57 reading last time. Fed Chair Powell speaking just about 20 minutes from now in front of the House Committee. Energy analysts looking for a build in the natural gas of about 65 billion cubic feet, well under the 82 that's normal at this time of the year. We get the EIA stocks estimates for crude oil and products, and that'll come out at 10. Remember, we had a holiday on Monday, so it's pushed back a day. Kansas City Fed comes out with their June manufacturing composite and business indices at 10 o'clock this morning. So you have an awful lot of data. This is not a quiet data day in any sense of the imagination. And you know, what that does for us at times is it gives us opportunities to take a look and say, hey, what do we want to do? Now, one of the things that I like doing is talking about my research. You know, I talk about the Lynn research and other products, but I put out twice daily commentaries, Monday through Thursday, one on Friday, one Sunday night. Specific buy and sell recommendations.
All right. There's a good chance 373 might be it. Oh, that's interesting. Wow. I have two targets. Wow. Pennies apart. 373.11 and 373.07. Oh, am I going to have the discipline to sell there? Oh, come on. I really should sell there. And we're gonna dump the 370 if I do. I know what's gonna happen. Man, I really should sell that 373. The good news. See, this hourly just kicked off. Here's the problem. This hourly just kicked off. So they could get there. What I'm getting at, if we're close to the hourly close and it closed 373, that would leave more possibility for further downside. You know, cracking that 372. Let me look at the 15 minute here. Because there's some MAs that are concerning. Now oh man, that's tough. It is tough. The right thing to do is to sell that 373. I mean, that's just the bottom line. The right thing to do is to sell there. So I'm gonna do it. You got this VWAP band. I gotta sell there. Yeah, I gotta sell there. See, because again, you're assuming, we pull back, hold, flag out, and then we make another push, and then all that time wasted too. Man, I gotta practice my discipline, and you know what? I actually have some stuff to do today. I didn't have to do it today, but I could just take my money and get my shit done. 218 on the 374s. So I'm going to make 50% on it. Possibly like 75%. The only thing this VWAP is very concerning. You have a lot of stuff. The MAs, I mean, look at the 200 right here. The only thing is to the downside. You could get surprises to the downside. So, because then if they crack this is the last pivot. Well, I mean, you got this in 70. I mean, obviously you got 1, 2, 3 each number. But this is the last major pivot. Because this kind of just fell. This was the bounce. This is the last major pivot right there. And look at this rejection already. Not saying it's over, but I mean, this was a move, so this is normal. But I'm probably, hopefully we get some flush. I mean, that's the only thing that's going to save it. But right here, this is already extended. So if they get there on this run, yeah, I'm going to sell it. I'm going to sell that. Hopefully they just spike it a little bit too. Hopefully they spike it. So I'm planning on doing the right thing. And I bet you we're going to get something stupid. Kyle will say something. Maybe we pull back and then something said and we just drop like 3 points on 1 5-minute candle, cracking 370. Oh man. I mean, that's just dreaming. But that's trading, man. When I do the right thing, is the time that it pays to stay in. The reason I say that is the right thing to do is to sell. But there is potential for 370. Just because the daily is bottom fishing. The daily wants capitulation. That's why this time it's different. And because it's to the downside. Oh, look at that. Look at that beauty. Look at that beauty. They never came back here. They never gave your entry right here. That sucks. Look how that worked out. It doesn't always give you what you want. Because if it worked like that, trading would be easy. So it doesn't have to come here. But how extended we were above these MAs, it should have. Just for the sole fact of these MAs. And then it would just so happen to backtest that resistance line. Alright, I gotta look at these charts a little bit more. I'm gonna sell. In case they spike, I got my order at 420. Just in case we get some flush like this today. If they flush through this and make a run there, I'll probably get filled at that 420. Oh yeah, the right thing to do is sell that. And look at the SPY 4-hour here. Look at this. The MA on that 4-hour is actually still pointing down. I mean, that's not a good enough reason, but look here. They're pointing up for here. You know this. So we very well. I don't know about 370 today. That's a long shot. But 372. I mean, that's only another dollar. So we'll see what happens with this 73. Because just because I put a target there doesn't mean that's it. See, his hourly's looking good here. Man, we got another 45 minutes for the hour. That's the problem with the hourly too. That's way too much time. If we're close, if we're like at most 15 minutes away, that's even quite a bit. Because we're close to target. What I'm getting at it is, you know, if we're like 5 minutes, at most 10 minutes with an hourly close, that would be close enough to. They could close this. It would give you a better chance of them closing this hourly up here to hold this posture for another push on the next candle. Oh, look at it's accelerating here. Let's look at ES here. Because the downside always looks better. Does this have a flush look? It sure does. It sure does. You got this 9 crossing this 200. Oh man. Alright, we're close. We're close. You guys in? You guys short? You're getting paid. See, here's the interesting part. Are they going to spike this? Oh man. Are they going to not make an attempt at that? Again, my target is a flag target. That doesn't guarantee that's it. So are they going to try spiking it? Well, I got my order in there at 420, so I'll have a solid double. Well, almost a double, but just in case we get some kind of spike. Because this is looking good here. This has a couple more candles left in it for further downside. Right here. Man, and this daily, depending on this daily, this could definitely close. We could close. We could close like 372 on the daily. What was that high? 35? So here, that's the high right here. You know, we could close the day up here. See, this is where you guys are supposed to be telling me no, because I'm talking myself into the possibilities. You guys aren't helping me. You're supposed to be telling me no. After all my talks, now it's your job to tell me no. All those speeches, you know, assuming there's another leg coming, all that talking. This 4 hours looking good here. Look at that volume. That volume's pretty good here. Oh, we got 12 more minutes, but alright. Okay, this 4 hour gave me my idea. We got 12 more minutes before this 4 hour closes. So if they don't hit target on this 4 hour, we'll wait till the next one. If they do, and they close even more firmly up here, then that gives a better probability of a little bit more than target. Probably hitting that 372. Because this 4 hours in that daily, we're not done yet. Okay, we're getting this cross here too. You know, it doesn't mean we're just going to go bang, bang, bang. You know, we could consolidate for another hour and then spike on the next one. You know, we could do whatever. Look at that 9. That 9 is ugly all the way down here. So they're kind of, we got 10 more minutes, but this kind of fade
Hopefully they fix this. This is just a little high wave doji. If that breaks, we're looking at 42. Oh, is that a? Oh, that's a fib. So, yeah, it's looking like they're probably coming up into here, which is below 373. At least an attempt up into somewhere in this area. Whether they break it or not, I mean, I'm not looking for that. That's a less chance of that happening. Alright, that 5 minute just closed. Not a great close. This might be a spike. So this trend is losing some steam here. We're losing some steam. This posture right here. What do we got here? Okay, so if the low is not far away, they're going to do it on the next 30-minute candle, the next hourly candle, possibly the next 15-minute candle or two. Man, after these 2 days, after these 2 days of this, I think this holds. Anybody have any input? Anything that I'm not seeing here? I mean, I essentially gave every possible angle of the chart here. But there's always something in hindsight when you look back, you're like, that was it. I mean, some red flags are the MAs on several time frames. But remember we had those stupid days to the upside? Remember this crap over here? Remember this day? This melt up to the upside, relentless. You know, you had these MAs not supporting it at all, and it just made no sense. Again, that's a low probability setup, but to the downside, it sure as hell is more possible to the downside. Look at this hourly here. We're getting this cross here. So it probably holds. We probably don't reverse and rally. Just based off this hourly here. You know, we got 7 more minutes left, so I doubt it's gonna change much. But the problem is how much time decay there is. So probably on the next hourly, they spike a little bit more, and then we get some consolidation doji or something. That's more likely. They put in that high on this next hour, and then consolidate also. That's probably the likely scenario. You know, they're unlikely going to just, you know, close up here on the next one. That's unlikely. There's only a couple of people in here. Anybody? Anybody short? What are you guys doing? You just following me? Look at that spike. Oh, did that hit it? Let's see what it hit. See, let's talk about that spike. Well, there you go. Target hit. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Almost to the penny. Oh my god. Don't tell me they're going to do me like that. Oh yeah, I really got to get getting out of here. Look at that shit. God damn it. They did it on the spike. No idea. Alright, we're going to wait for this hourly to close. Because based on that ES hourly, I hate that they did that on the spike. This VWAP band is extended. Man, they did on the spike. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch on the spike. See that shit? I mean, they hit my target. I hit two targets. 07 and 11? 11, yeah. So targets hit almost to the penny on the one target. Again, that's not exact, depending how you put the line. Just a reference. TUA, what are you in? I thought you were in... Weren't you in the 370s for tomorrow? Alright, we got 3 more minutes here. You want them to close as close to 50 as possible. Definitely under 55. I definitely don't want them to close under this 50 here. You know, that doesn't guarantee they're going to dump much more or whatever, but as far as just for the next candle, that'll be more bearish going into the next candle. I could have sworn you were in those 370s. I forgot who was for Friday. I think yesterday. I thought that was you. Okay, this is a little concerning here. That they might crack this pivot here. Bears got to keep this move going here. Got to keep it going. ES looks better than SPY. That SPY upper VWAP band. We didn't even tag it on ES, but on SPY we're above it. Man, when I look at SPY, check out SPY 4 hour. This looks good. Not fantastic, but this, oh shit, this is sure supportive of another push. I mean, we have 30 more minutes till this closes, but I'm not even saying 370. Realistically, 372 gets hit and then possibly cracked. And the volume's looking pretty good here. See, because we're still in this flag here. If you ask me, you know, it's lower before higher. You know, I don't think they crack 380. That's kind of my, well, based on the chart, but part chart, part gut feeling. You know, we're running 360 before 380 cracks. However, the SPY daily, it's kind of weird because the SPY daily is it does support higher before lower. Again, it's a very tough chart to have a high certainty of what's going to play out. All right, let's see this hourly close. I know this is because another thing too is, you know, well, obviously 370 is the number, but even 372 is pretty big. You know, they could fake out 370 by breaking 372, and then push higher. But obviously 370 is going to open up the floodgates. It's unlikely if they crack 370 that it's going to be a fake out. They're going to crack that 360. Okay, so this is a good close here. Closing the hour, closing the 30-minute. Let's just hope they don't consolidate on the next one. Yeah, they should crack that. They should break a little bit more. They should break 373 and then maybe, see, we got two moving averages here at this 7250 mark. So once we crack that 7280, that's like the final pivot. 72 is the final main pivot, but that 7280, it'll be 7280 then 72. You know, they could paint like a big green candle here closing, you know, well below 73 as a final capitulation. Alright, let's look at that hourly here. Alright, yeah, this is looking good here. They're probably going to make a run for this 372 here. Look at this hourly here. You know, you got that 100 up here. Who knows if that, you know, they get crazy and break these pivots here. But I think they're actually going to make an attempt into this 40 area. Oh baby, let's go. Okay, we're getting another. This is good here. This is good. Not just that it's obviously going lower, but there 7250 should get hit. You guys can chime in. You guys seen anything else here? 7250 is going to get hit. Let's go, baby. Let's look around the horn here. Let's see what people are talking about. My fan's kicking on. My fan's kicking on here. My fan's kicking on. So that means you got a lot of stuff selling here. A lot of other tickers selling. It's getting hot in here. You haven't heard us talk about that? We've talked about it a lot of times. When the market is selling, Thinkorswim starts using up a lot of CPU. I guess it has to fire off every symbol, just constantly updating the price, and the price is, you know, fluctuating non-stop when we're selling, because when you're selling, you know, you get a lot more movement in price compared to the upside. You know, you get a frenzy of all the tickers lighting up like a Christmas tree, like a Christmas light show. So, yeah, I think they're gonna spike this pivot here. So that's 372, right? I think that's 372. Let's see. This is the 835 low from yesterday. Yeah, that's 372. They're gonna make a run. This is looking good here. This is looking good. I don't think this is stopping until they here's a problem. Right around the 72.5 mark, we got some MAs here. This is a problem. We have, what is that, the 50? So this is 67. That doesn't mean they're not going to hit it, but we are a little extended. So that 72.60 is troublesome. But right now, the 15-minute, we're looking good here. I think this continues. You guys see anything else? Let's see the VIX. We need some more, as much evidence as possible to support, the VIX breaks this pivot here, which would be kind of close with the run to 372. This break here could, and the VIX could trigger, more downside. I'm not saying under 372, but just based on the VIX, if this breaks, this will induce some panic here, with the VIX breaking this 29.80, and then people thinking it's gonna go for 30. Alright, this can't happen here. This thing needs to close below 73.50, because this is going to kind of hurt this posture here. It might pull the rug here down here. They tagged that. We're hanging by a thread here. The hourly looks good here. So like I said, so far it did what I said it was going to do. On this hourly, one more push, higher spike, and then we consolidate here. So it's unlikely, now that we already spiked, it's unlikely on this hour that they go again, or that they close up here. That's the more unlikely scenario. This is going to be a consolidation hour. That's the more likely situation here. Man, it's getting hot in here. Jesus. That was a good 4-hour close. It's getting hot as hell in this room. Man, my shit's running above 50 degrees. So they're going to consolidate this hour. The only way that could save it, and there's not enough time, is if they reverse this pretty fast. As close to 50 as possible. So the hourly says on the next hour they're probably going to make a run for that 40. We got to cool off here on this hour. Yeah, it's unlikely on this hour they're going to break again. I mean, they could spike, but the more likely situation is they consolidate this hour on this hourly candle for ES. Right now the Bears are hanging by a thread. It doesn't mean it could be over. I don't think it is. But as far as the current continued push lower, the Bears are on life support. Okay, that wasn't a horrible close. It wasn't ideal to keep this move going, that's for sure. But that wasn't a bad close at all. Right now it's just neutral. Anybody short? Yeah, there's a bounce coming. I would be shocked if they push it lower. What are you in? Here's the good news. They back tested this. That's good. We are extending on that, so. Oh, nice. IT man, you're probably the best trader in this room. Based on what you tell me, man, you're killing it. I'm gonna have to send you a bill. Yeah, we're bouncing now. I'm not saying I don't believe you. Man, it's hot in here. Jesus. This whole move really kicked on, fired up my computer here. I think Vlad was scalping, right? I don't think he was in any puts. He missed out on a solid 20 handles. Alright, so right now, we should be bouncing more. I mean, at a minimum, breaking that 60. If they don't break that 60, that's going to be very bearish. Very bearish.
And I don't mean we're going to drop 20 handles, but well, actually 20 handles isn't, that actually is what we might drop, but 20 handles nowadays is nothing. But okay, that doesn't mean we're going to drop 50 handles. But they didn't even tag that 60. So we're still, it doesn't mean, because picking bottoms is tough. So as of right now, them not even tagging 60. Again, it's just the first run. This should break. And probably even make a run for that 200. But if they don't even break 60, which they're probably going to do right now, that would be very bearish. In the short term. As far as all the people playing the bounce. Because what did they bounce so far? Almost 15 handles? So off of this low, 15 handles was exactly tick to tick 15 handles. So, you got to think psychology across the board. Anybody that caught that, they're probably going to offer out at the 15 handle mark just to make it an even 15 handles. The good news here is this 20 crossing is 200. So they bounced here. This should normally give a further bounce, especially since they faked out this bounce and then came here. That should give a further bounce. But because these both crossed that 200, that's a little bear. That's pretty bearish actually. Let's see what they do with the 60. It's unlikely they don't crack it. Let's look at that 1 minute. So yeah, here's this flag. They should crack it. They should even try to make a run for 65. Maybe 62.50 at a minimum if they crack 60. That's a nice volume here off that low. So this should break out. Tricky Thursday, man. It really is Tricky Thursday. It really is. Come on, spike it. Do it. Do it. Break it. Break it. You know you want to do it. You know you're going to break 60. Come on, there's no way you're not going to break 60, are you? Come on now. You know you're going to break 60. Come on, do it. Do it. Do it. Spike it. Pop it. Pop it to 62.5. Really make it out of there. Come on, do it. There we go. There we go. I was like, there's no way they're not going to break that. Probably 62.5. Or is that the fake out? Did they get people chasing the breakout? Was that the plan? Oh man, trading's funny. So if this holds, this could go to 70. If they hold it as it is, it could make its way to 70. Now when I look at this, got a little bit of a 1 minute, not the best, but a little bit of a 1 minute divergence.
not a trustworthy one because they came short of this 62.5. So right now the bulls are they're wanting this, and because they came short of it here, they may hit it. So this was the fake out lower and then come back here. We shall see. But this actually does need to fake out and reverse quickly if the bears are going to break that in short order. Otherwise, we're going to continue the consolidation, probably here and wherever it goes, until the next hour on ES for the potential move lower again. So right now, there's nothing wrong with this hourly. Man, summer sucks. I hate this heat. I don't know how people like summer. Your car, your house, everywhere, the whole time you're trying to be cool. Fall, spring, winter, winter you're trying to keep warm, but you could always put on more layers. You got bugs in the summer too. Okay, if they could hold the 60, which so far they are, got some tail candles here, and so far they're attempting to hold this. If they're attempting to hold the 60 pivot, they're gonna crack that 40. So this is a bit of a bear flag for now. Right now it's neutral right now, how this plays out here. But this prior pivot, which is really 57.5, so far it's holding. They can hold this under 55 on this 5 minute, then they may break low day before this hour ends. Alright, so nobody knows anything about Powell, because I don't see anyone else talking about it. I don't see, in another chat, I don't see any Powell talk or anything. I mean, he's talking all day, so it's not like it's the 1 o'clock minutes or anything like that. But I have no clue when he started, when he ends. I don't know anything about that. Alright, there we go. So we're consolidating now. They had their chance. They blew it. So this hourly is playing out how it was expected. Oh, this is interesting. We're coming into the SPY hourly and 4-hour close here. You really want to see him close under that 374. It's not needed, but obviously it's definitely not a bad thing. We've got 5 more minutes here to close out the hour.
Alright, this is an interesting candle. I didn't think they're gonna, blow through 65, but that doji's interesting. It kind of saved it. If it closed above 60, we're definitely gonna chop out for the rest of this hour. Still can. But this saved that close. That's gonna open it up for potential another push lower in this hour. We'll see what happens here. Oh man. The hourly, the 30-minute, the 4-hour, everything's still supportive of more lows. Not strongly supportive, but definitely supportive. But because that last 30-minute closed under that 74 pretty deeply, you kind of want to see, even though this one's a consolidation, you still kind of want to see it close under 74. Just because that 74 is a big number. And then looking at it from the 30-minute perspective, 73.90 or better on the 30-minute. That would be ideal. So we have a few more minutes here to close, to move another quarter and hold it. And it's trying to do it. We'll see. They're trying. They are trying. Alright, if they can hold under this, they're coming back now. They're battling that. Again, under 73.90 would be the ideal close for the Bears. Not needed, but ideal. For further downside this hour on ES. Oh wow, oh shit. They're not playing games. As far as going long, I'm just on a 30-minute right now. 30-minute. If we're gonna bounce higher, there's no reason to start thinking about going long. Probably not until the next 30-minute closes, just based on the posture. Unless you're scalping, that's another story. But right now, this 30-minute on SPY is fighting this 100. 73.82 is the 100. So whether they close above the close, not really important. But under that 73.90 would be ideal from the bearish perspective. They're fighting it. They're fighting it. Oh. They're fighting. They're fighting. They're fighting. They're fighting. They're fighting. 15 seconds. Yeah, regardless where they close on this 5 minute, it's sure looking like they're going to try to make the push. Where do they close it? Wow, right at 90. They closed 73.90 on the dot. $73.90 on the dot. This SPY hourly is pretty. It's a bit heavy. Wow, oil is still selling off. That's interesting too because there's other sectors, other sectors and stocks that are kind of firming up, but with oil selling, that's adding more pressure to SPY. Yeah, at best, they may make a run at 372. That 370 is a bit of a shot today. I would actually be a little surprised if they do it today. That 372.90 that they hit on low day just 10 more cents really put some fear into the bulls. That 72.80, if that breaks, well, definitely they're going to attempt 72, and who knows, possibly spike it or flush it. Especially yesterday with yesterday's big squeeze, and then people buying the flag yesterday. People buying this flag here, and then it wasn't quite a scary dump. It was relatively quick, but it's like the bulls are they're barely hanging in there. They're hanging in there for now, but this pivot right here around 72.80, that's where they start to panic. forgot about VWeb. How did I? Oh, it's missing on my one screen, but not on the one you see. Yeah, this 5 minute here, we're kind of flagging out. They should break that. Maybe make a run for 375. Alright, this has to kick off another leg lower if they're going to do it. Based on this posture on this 5 minute, it kind of has to begin to kick off another move lower. Because if it doesn't, that's going to really kind of hurt the look of the 5 minute. We have a lot of time left, but it's going to damage the 5 minute posture if this current move now doesn't result in another move lower. Doesn't have to happen in the next 10 minutes. It just has to work its way, however it's going to get there, up flag or whatever, I don't know. But this posture right here has to hold. So there's the target right there. That's if we break low day, that's probably going to be it for today. Alright, so I see nobody talking about Powell at all. I don't see anything in another chat. I don't see. So I don't know if it's over or what, but I'm guessing he already talked, and that's what triggered this. That's what I'm guessing. I don't know if he's talking more or if it's over. I don't know. But it's kind of important to know if he's not done. Because if he's not done, if he is done, that could lead to a 370 break or better. Well, it works both ways. If he is done, the market's getting bearish, and there's nothing. He's not talking anymore, so he can't say anything that's gonna, support the market. At the same time, him talking could also be extra bearish, and he could say something that will spook the market more, giving more fuel. But I think it's better off if he's done talking, because as far as if you're bearish, because there's nothing he could still say to reverse. All right, so this is good. This is good. The 5-minute, like I said, has to hold. All right, this is very good. They might possibly open it up in the next candle or two. Not saying straight to 72, but this may open up here. But I will say one thing for sure: I'm definitely selling this. 100% selling. Yeah, see, he's talking bearish. The bottom is close. 360 for sure is getting cracked, and my guess is like 354, 355. I think 350 cracking would be the surprise for me, based on the chart. So, we're not that far from the bottom. However, the weekly is very ugly. Very ugly on the weekly. Doesn't mean it's going to stay that way. But at the moment, the weekly is very, very ugly. Like, concerningly ugly. Okay, the VIX is waking up here. Oh, this is good. We got a I don't know what you would call it, a bullish or bearish divergence. The VIX is closer to breaking the last pivot high than SPY is. So the VIX is we got a little bit of a leading action going on in the VIX for lower prices. Just slightly. We got oil continuing to sell off, so that's and actually oil looks like it may be I don't know about coming back to low day, but it may be reversing this bounce here. It's tough to say, but they may be eventually making their way back to lower day. before the close. IT, you're out. Anyone still short? I'm for real. I'm sure you are. You're in those what 370, 370s? Oh man. All right, so they need to hold this here. We can't get this, because if that happens, they're coming down here. They're gonna break that pivot and come down here. It's kind of looking like it. It's kind of looking like it. Man, it's hot in here, Jesus. Fuck this heat.
you.
Market is pulling back a little bit as well. Okay, come on Tesla. CUSD pulling back, SQ pulling. Okay, $2 more please, and we can take a partial. The 6. Problem is that 688 we have a very small intraday support. Let's see if we can break it. Hopefully we can break it if we can see a nice continuation in the selling pressure. I am not sure yet though. Okay. By the way, SPY is up 0.10%, so it's kind of a nothing. And the triple Q is the same, 0.10%. Neither strength nor weakness we can see now on the market. About NVIDIA, nothing. Netflix is in red as well. Triple M is in red. Disney is red, and Amat. Disney looks interesting. Maybe for a VWAP reversal. I'm going to check it. Amat, nothing. Tesla, come on, wrong way. You have to go down, not up, please. Bye, Bruce. Have a nice rest of your day. Stay safe and see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I will have a very long day in the room traders as I have to take over around like 11:30 from Michael. And as you know, Scott is on vacation or holiday or can't tell it, whatever, but he is off. So I'm going to be here with you. Come on, Tesla. Just $2 more, please. Netflix. Yes, I've seen Netflix, by the way. It's not bad either, but my entry on the Netflix would be only under 177.80, which concerns me a bit. This volume in the green candles was a kind of not that strong, but almost equal with these volumes in the red candles. It always concerns me when I'm taking a long or a short. But you are right that this is a perfect inverted cup and handle with an entry not above 177.80. I'm going to watch this as well. Coin is getting strong again, and unfortunately Tesla as well. It's not good.